Hey, about time. And it finishes loading. I actually went and like I wanted to go preview it, and then for some reason my mic wasn't working. So every now and then, for some reason, my mic decides to like uninstall itself, and I had to like plug it in and unplug. Okay. Do that. And where's the other one? Oh yeah. Okay, I do a tweet thing and a journal thing. Okay. Hello, people. Green circle. Oh, that's the name of it. So I decided yesterday that big, massive scene thing, I'm probably going to hold off on doing that. I'm going to, just for a little while, because I'm going to separate it into its own file. It's the only way I can think of to make it so that it doesn't crash everything. So, because rendering it separately is easy. I don't think that there's any special effects before or after transitioning into it. For a program I forgot to open. At least this one's fast. So I don't think that there was anything that goes on there. Oh yeah. It's just a flat transition and come on. Oh wow, this is gonna be fun to do. Why is Marco in that? Oh, because at that point he's with them the whole time. Okay. He just kind of pops up there out of the after the creepy wintry scene. So yeah, because it's just a flat in, flat out, I'm probably going to completely separate that into another file. Because even just now, if I click that, it's gonna like, yeah, memory-wise, it sucks. So that is fine. In the meantime, I have lots of other stuff to do. What I actually wanted to do was, because I got most of the ones done except for this more complicated shot and then this one. This I wanted to try to get done in one night, which is this one. The scene build itself might take a good bit of the time though. In terms of what's visually here, still like how they just like spin in place. How does the ground spin there? It backs up and then they spin in place. Oh, so it doesn't even actually spin. It's straight up. Okay. I love this shot though. It's one of my favorites from the intro. So I just have to make something that looks like that. Is it the same ground as the other part? Kind of, just more yellow. So I can probably still use the same scene build as I used in this one here. Shining on transmutation. Okay. Is it the same length too? Almost. But I don't need half these people. I really like Full Metal Alchemist. It's It's one of those things of they went and diverted from the original story in the original, or in when they originally created it. Then they went and remade it again that actually followed the story because they kind of got ahead of themselves in the anime. I think it's really good, but it may not be everybody's cup of tea, I think, but it's definitely one of my favorite animes out there, for sure. Might be able to flatten the ground a bit more. Did I override these? No, I didn't. Because I could technically use the shot from here for that scene. For this. Yeah. Oh, unless I just want to use the desert ground. The only reason I don't like the desert ground is it just seems so plain. It seems plain, but I might be able to spice it up by kind of adding artificial cracks over here. Because I think I can get away with it in this shot. It's just that this ground actually is pretty detailed looking. And would fit the theme that I've been going with it so far. The actual sky in the background and stuff shouldn't be difficult. The uneven surface might be. Let me see here. What is this circle? I think... Oh, that's the inverted transmutation circle. I don't think I have a texture for that one. That's this one. Kind of, but it doesn't have the connective bits. There. I think that might be it. So I need to have that moon up close, and that's what it has. This one has a couple other little things in it, but otherwise I think that's correct. So the moon's... This is the bottom. That's the bottom. It's not exactly the same. Triangle's in the right place. These I think are swapped. Otherwise that should be right. I'll just use this one. Okay. Technically I needed to create darkness, so I need an inverted one of this. And when it comes to creating or doing light textures, I don't actually really need to go alphas or anything. So, because if I shoot negative light at the ground on this, well, I wonder if I have an alpha. Does it actually work on lights? Oh, I can play with the distance and I should be able to just hit the ground, I think so. Okay. We'll try it. I'm not sick of that. Yeah, let's go over here. I think that's the human transportation circle. Actually, I think it's the opposite one, but now I need to open a VTF edit. That is there. Really, I don't think I need it in DX5 format, but oh well. I'm gonna put that. I thought there was like a overlay. No, do I have a Gobo folder? No, I don't. Just put in the overlay. No, I had one for that. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to snap it. Okay, good. Oops. It's gonna stay at 0. This is gonna be negative 10,000. Hopefully, I remember to do this texture right. Yeah, I did. I love negative lights. My only worry is if Twilight or somebody is over the light, can I get them to hide the light? I don't want the light actually hitting them, if I can help it anyway. New. Because they're going to be definitely on there, I believe. Yeah, right in the middle. Nope, I can. Just barely, though. Right there. That's going to be incredibly touchy with... Oh, they're not going to move, so really that's not a problem. Oh, no matter where I put her then, she's actually not going to hit by... Awesome. Okay. How light bright is that? Nowhere near max. Okay. I love this song. I don't know why. This song is addicting as hell. Okay, so this is going to be from back here. This is where I don't care about the camera up close. The camera will get there. Or everything is visible within that point, so... And the sky should be visible at about this point, a little higher. say that about that height should work. Let's try that you're floating. She's kind of like preset doing something here. Oh, because I copied her from a different shot, that's why. It should be just about dead center. Should be about there. I had them centered. Oh, there. Pretty sure they're centered. Okay. It's not really, hello. It's not really that she's a customized version. Well, the amount of movement this camera is doing is not going to break the ground. I can do that on a per piece basis, but it's not really. It's actually blackjack there. I thought that would pop out blackjack, but oh yeah, the pelvis. There is blackjack in there. It's just that it's blackjack's completely scaled down, so the rest of the body is right here. I just jammed, or I shrunk down all the bones and have it so that only the mechanical ones are shown, and then I shrunk Twilight's to be invisible. So I have to animate two different models technically when working with it, which is a little annoying, but does the job. with this section not lighting? Whatever. Alright, so it's circle. It's to be between them. Much larger than that, I believe. Oh, yeah. I think some of this brightness at the edge. That's not going to change anything. There we go. I did put them a little lower. I might have to raise them back up again. I know there's a location where I can get that light to hide. So this is still about there, so I'm going to do 550, which is 650. I get that turned how I need it to be turned though. It's going to be the moon facing away, right? Yeah. It needs to be very bright to see the edges, but I don't want it hitting them for obvious reasons. I'm just pretty sure that there's some kind of, can I see what the value is in this? Oh, 3/4, so that's 33%. So that's, let's see if there's some little number where I can get away with. I don't think so. Stupid ponies. It's the easiest way to do it when you have ground like this is use a negative light, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. You know, it might help. It'll throw off the circle size a little bit, but move a little bit this way, and then turn it just a little bit that way. looks wiggly there. Checking if the lines are actually going to be fairly straight with that. That's the problem I'm looking at. Let me try it with other rocks though too. It's doing its thing right now. It might be easier with the flat ground, I think. It's uneven ground. I like the way it looks, but I think the desert might be easier to work around. Plane. I am not high. I'm high on life. This is the most... I hate that phrase. Oh, am I running out of ramp? No. It might be why it's doing this though too, because I think I'm still running a little bit low on storage, especially there. I should probably move it to my other SSD. There we go. Okay. So it still looks pixely from that edge. Which I don't know why. Just low angle lights. There we go. Okay. That's what I thought. It was like the level of detail stuff. As soon as I got rid of that, fixed the problem. Alright, if I use the desert then... I'll put them on the ground. Still the same problem. Kind of like how it fades like that though. Why is it not hitting part of that though? Yeah, that might help. Hey, wait a second. It's not hitting her. Oh, I think I know what to do. I think that's what I needed to do. I think fixed it. That'd be awesome. I fixed it completely by accident, but I'm going to take full credit for it. Alright, so when the camera's back to here, is that about this right size? Still feel like it needs to be... Oh, that camera's not positioned right. Oh no, that is the horizon there. It needs to be Up higher. Like that. What is the lens right now? 50. That's, I think, going to be too much of that. Yeah, it is. So let's be like this. Again, it's playing freaking anime perceptions. I want to keep them in the middle. I can't show the background as much. So I'm gonna put it like that. I want to show the background. The only problem I have right now with things is how the camera is set up right now. It's not a straight position. So being able to go straight forward and backwards is not going to be an easy thing. Turning it would be better, but all the lights are already set up, so that's why I don't want to have to do that. Alright, so this right now just looks like drawn lines. Okay. So I'm wondering if I can use that other trick again to make it look like artificial bump maps. Oh. Sorry. That's... Oh, I had it backwards, that's why. Okay, so I use 0 to 1000. 0. Okay. In a way, that did work. Artificial bump maps. With the negative lights, it may not work so much. But hey, it's something to keep around. Who knows? So I'm going to say this is light, and this is dark, and this this is normal. I moved the wrong one, that's why they're different. So, okay. Alright, maybe. Oh, and I delayed that one because of that. Yeah, I have some stupid luck when it comes to some things. I don't think I can change this map's textures to actually better fit the lighting that I want, so, well. Where's the sky dome now? It's like a double explosion. I need something about that big. I think it's like... Why can I not see it? I'd be able to see it from here. There we go. Yeah, that's technically the land set there. The camera want to. So technically it needs to be up there. Well, his tail is huge. It like throws off the balance. I must have perfect balance. Okay, that means I need to take the sky dome. And the sky dome light. Oops. So I need it to be a very deep red, but then I can shine maybe a yellow at the middle. So it'll work for the center. This side of it, I'll give it back its red. I want to make like a deep red. Deep. Yeah, like that. Yeah. Maybe not as bright. Nah, I'll keep it bright. Screw it. Why are these shadowed lights? Oof. Oof, that corner gets weird. Whatever, it's lit. Okay. And then I need to have the horizon not so... I want to have the horizon black and fade into black, and I'm pretty sure that it still keeps the outlines of models. So I'm going to pull up one, I had loaded some textures, so I'm going to save just in case it crashes. I'm actually hitting top out on RAM, so that makes sense. Let's go rock. Which are the ones that I used? I think they're just single rocks though. But still, I could use some uneven versions. So I'm gonna take from these scene builds. Yeah, the one I click is the one that's the spinning. This one. Clicks. Fading into. I'm still in the visible spectrum of the map, unless that is literally I'm exiting the foggy part. It looks like an explosion. Can I see the fog in here? No. Why can't I open the console here? I think this is the... No, this is the normal skybox one. So the skybox, we're gonna go... Oh, it's not the skybox one. This one. And to make it nice and easy to see, I'm going to make it bright, bright red. Let's do that for now and see what it looks like. Okay, so that's fading. What is making that green? Probably those skydome lights. That was a green light I shined at it? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay. Alright, fixed it. So I do need to have this fade, but more into a, like a... Do I even need that to fade? Yeah, actually, if I put it past max, and make it start further out, I can at least have it fade to something. Oh, maybe not. Not from that far away. Can't override. I can't do any fog higher than 30. So go to everything fogged. Negative fog. You know, I'm just gonna turn it off for now. Because I think I might be able to make it better myself. Everything's so bright. Technically, the sun shouldn't even be hitting anything except for just a teeny bit. So I'll put it low. Turn it up. This should actually just be the sun itself. So because of that, I'm going to turn the intensity way down to like nothing. This way up. Why is the sun here? I thought the sun was further back. Actually, I thought the sun was in the skybox, but apparently not. That actually kind of looks perfect by way of coloration and fog and everything. I wish it was a little bit more visible on the horizon, but that's fine. I can't move you from where I am. That sucks. Pretty sure that is centered. It's not turned correctly. Oh, the light's in there, is there? Sky dome lights, but I don't think they would do that. Whatever. Off center, but it's centered by way of what it should look like. So, okay. Oops. This is the sun. Sky dome. Alright, in the distance there, that's probably got to be dark. Even that's too dark though. Well, I probably should just ignore that and just make some, like, the, ground here like I was working on. I can only see that mountain when I have the camera turned down. Oh, because it's behind the sun. I thought the sun was in front of that. Whatever, I was moving. The sun being there, though. That's the light that was doing it. Okay. It's like, this shouldn't look like that. Okay, so let's take this, put this down. So this will create the artificial looking rough edges here. Don't like that. That's still kind of rougher than I want. Yeah, that's a bit better. I probably should. I just want a little bit of uneven surface. Nothing serious. That's fine, I can cover that up. I actually want to put a rock there. Same on the other side. Yeah, that'll work. And then I gotta put some. So I'm gonna put this as group cliffs. Those trees. There's no trees in this shot, so go away, trees. Shadow of light. I really can't get any further back than that, can I? Because if I want these nice shadows that are being cast, I have to have the light fairly close, which is what this one is doing right now. But oh, they have nice long shadows though. Okay, yeah, so I can actually drop this a lot lower than it was. Originally, I had to have it close or further up. Too long. That'll work. Still the problem of it not... Oh, you know what? Actually, the center of it should be the lighter color. The outer edges should be redder. So that should actually work. I might just add some kind of rocks over there to make it looks not so plain. There, that blends it a lot better. Looks light down the center. Edges are still a little brighter than I'd want them. I wonder if I take the... So this would be... Red. So this would be like the outer in between. And that's the haze from the sun. Yes. Actually, probably you just narrow it down to a smaller area. It would be fine. Kind of. Definitely better. Maybe we can lower this a little bit. You know what? Actually, I know what to do. Nope, Son, go back where you were. And one thing you guys are gonna know is when I'm playing around with this stuff, I actually really don't know what to do. All this is guessing. Over time, I start to learn how to better guess, but it's not like I'm going in here saying I know exactly how to make the lights do exactly what I want them to do. I don't. I'm just resourceful. So don't think that like all this super knowledge of everything. No, it's if you don't know how to do something, keep playing around with it until you get it the way you want it. I knew that there's a way to do it, so I just like, well, I'll just keep playing around until I get something that works. That's what it was. It's like, why is this not showing right? Aha! Okay, found the culprit. There we go. But to me, I love making detailed environments. That's like one of my favorite things to do in SFM, especially to make something that normally you wouldn't be able to use, like something like this. There. There's like rocks that are across these edges, and I want to throw like just something over there to keep it from being just bleh. A circle, how does that look? Exceedingly dark. There we go. That's more balanced. I wonder if I put that light one on there, if that would... Oh, a little bit. Yeah, actually, I kind of like it like that. That third dimension feel it gives it is pretty nice, actually. The shadow light. Oh no, that's they're wrong. I want darker shadows. And it's about as sharp as I'm going to get them without looking weird. The actual lines themselves are looking too red. So to do that, again, I increase the red on the circle because it's inverted. So I just drop the green, drop the blue. Oh, this looks too yellow. Like that. That'll work. And then this light portion needs to be more red. Okay. Now, set up the lighting for them. Technically, there's going to be two rims. And if I'm doing the map like this, I can actually cheat it now. I don't have to have the rim lights like this because I don't actually have any ground things that I have to worry about. So I'm going to get rid of all these. Not copy. Delete. I don't need these ones. I don't need the back blowout. This name still makes me laugh. So I'm going to call this one rim. And as long as I go just underneath the ground, no worries of light bleeding. I'm also going to do here, though, now that since I'm thinking about it, is technically this is a red light, but the light reflecting off her armor is still going to be white. I'm going to fix that. So if I make this 10 to 0, 0, yeah, okay, so it'll be red. So I just want to make this red-ish. So I'm going to get 1.5, 1.2, 0.8. There. It's a very minor difference, but to me it actually is a big difference. It's just, it makes the actual light that's reflecting off of her seem like it's coming from sunlight then, instead of from some kind of a white source. I love how the textures mess up up this close. I can see into her head. Actually, I think even with this camera it does that. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. The rim should come from the inside, now that I think about it. What would actually be considered rim anyway? I can't go too bright. Because I don't want to have it offset the color, the brightness in the ground. That should do. Yes, basically that is it. Experimentation. Must have closing parenthesis. I'm gonna have to play with a few extra lights with them though, at some point. Don't really care about having a bright light around this side, just something. Actually, like that might work. I'll do it like that. Shining. Looks like some kind of a beast. What is that? Oh, it's the mountain. It must be hitting the skybox of it. I don't know if I can get the ambient how I want it to be here. Because I want it to be less at the feet, more at the top. Kind of like that. Yeah, that'll work. I don't even think I need any main lights. I think I might bring that highlight around shining just a bit more though. That, and then an additional rim for Twy and Shining that goes to their head. Okay, now they feel at least like they're legitimately standing in place there. Other than, I still... Is she on the ground? One leg is... She's kind of not in her base pose. And he's fine, okay. They don't actually show his eyes, but I'm going to assume that they're going to be closed. Okay, so lighting's okay. I just need to get some details out here. Plus, also, once I add an actual light here, it should help a lot too. Going to a new shot, so I'm just going to grab the other ones. And then I'm assuring that the shade's on RAM too. Rocks jumping, that would have been this scene build. Do I still have the base rocks? Yes, I do. Apparently, they're in another world. That is fine. This rock 001. I think they're just so far away that I can't see them. Well, probably help if I was in the shot too, but... Oh, because I didn't actually paste them in this shot. There they are. I don't know. I had added skills to all these. Actually, that's not the right rock. Oh god. That's the rock I want. Oh yeah. Where'd it go? That's one downside as I think about it. Oh wait, actually, you know what? I can add shadows to those other lights. It doesn't have to be detailed shadows. They'll be shadows. And that is... Where did I put those? What did I name them? Oh, yeah, that outer edge in between. That's these two. Put up a shadow. Going to expand them a bit. I want them to have shadows, just not really super detailed shadows like down here. Otherwise, the contrast would stand out so much that it would be something that you would be focusing more on the rocks than you would people. Rocks! I don't even like this back rock. Actually, I'm just going to take this one. I'm going to copy paste it and throw it on the ground in front of this one. It should clean up that look. Yeah, that did. Sweet. Ah. So it's going to go dark if I put it under the ground. Go ground. If we keep it just above the ground, it'll maintain the detail. That's actually too much detail then. There, now it balances. Oops. And then I delete it. I am our smart. Borderlands is fun. One of my favorite games. I think I just need to make that rock in general darker. I just had some issues because pre-sequel wouldn't save anymore. Like, it glitched. I sent it a ticket. They took so long to get back that I decided that I didn't want to play the game anymore. So I got too busy. So they kind of like just like messaged me and then I didn't reply back to the ticket. So I do gotta go back and get it fixed or something. But I thought it was a really fun game. It's just it was really annoying when you can't play it. I think that'll actually work because it's the dark part there. I might actually get the fog to work then. Oh no, it's actually including those in the background there, so actually I just go darker. Let's move it closer. Try to see if I can blend it with the horizon. Yeah, perfect. Then the fog is actually having it blend in with the background, so it looks like it's just literally drifting off into the distance. All right, let me write down those values. So this is values for big shot. It's going to be trans shot. That doesn't sound that great, but I'm going to go with it. This is 5609 21707 with 28. Why is there more blue? I don't want more blue. Actually, blue should probably be 0. That's better. Okay. 28, 13. Is this 1? Is it 1 or 0? 1. 1's close anyway. So if I don't write these down, if I go to do a second render for some reason on something and it's a different color and I go to fade, it will look slightly different. So I need to make sure the values are the same every time I go to render it. That's why I did that. Yeah, Borderlands 2 I played a crap out of. Pre-sequel I think was good, but it had some issues on things. I am doing some content from that with ponies, but it's not thing that you guys can see for a while. Hee hee hee. Rocks. Okay, so I'm gonna put a few more fading off in the distance there, so I'm just gonna that one should work. What does it do if I do it like this? And like this. No, not Butt Stallion. Butt Stallion was pretty amazing though. I forgot I'm actually using the camera to see this. I'm used to having the. Oh, you should have 2 work cameras. It would save a lot of problems. Yeah, I can understand if you're playing Athena that it might be a good bit different. I always like these soldier type classes, so I played through as Wilhelm, which I thought well, I mean the characters themselves were good. The story wasn't bad. It just felt so rehashed, and I think that's what bugged me the most. But it's not like I can blame them for that. I walked into the game knowing it was going to be like a rehash to a degree. So it wasn't like I should be expecting something different or something. Not a good run for that. I think that, yeah, that one's not going to be any better. Not this one again. Give me the weird one. Is it this one? No. Yes. Ah, that rock's perfect. Okay. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to use this one a bunch. I've already got it sized how I want it. All I have to do is rotate it. It looks like a whole new rock. The problem with it is it does lose its detail. If it goes so low, can I get it back by overrides? Yes, I can. Kind of. Blows the lighting up, though. That's good. One thing I don't like is when you have a lot of like really, really flat ground without breaking it up in some way, which is one of the reasons I didn't like using this map. And even these rocks, just having them flat in the ground there just seemed weird. For some reason the shadows aren't stretching to hit these ones. So that's the one thing that's okay over here is the shadow, but here you don't have a shadow. Or is it because I gotta move them closer? Inside. No. I think that bottom one right there should help at least alleviate that a bit. Maybe move it out a bit further. Okay, that does throw off symmetry though. Looks like a big dick. That's wonderful. The shadow's no sharper over there, it's just sharper in the corners. Oh, it's, I probably know why. So I decreased the shadow filter size. Put that back up. Yeah, I can then see the shadows again. Or at least some shadows. It's also because it's a wide horizontal. Well, that was not even that wide. No, let's keep it how it is. Oh well. Is there anything around close to the edges? Not really. I could probably just keep it as it is. Worries me here though is I can see her. I'm gonna probably have to keep their eyes open because I can see through their eyelids here. Twilight has her eyes shut and I'm able to see through it at that distance. I don't know why it's been doing that more than normal lately. I don't know, maybe it's because of running low on memory it does that. I don't know. So which means I'd probably, but if I keep her eyes open, that won't happen. Go for determined. He's just like, I don't care. Technically, it's still lighter on the center and it's supposed to be darker on the edges here. I want to keep them with long shadows, so I think I'm going to have the... In After Effects, I'm going to darken that edge. Because I think if I play around with the levels with the shadow light, or like how far it goes, it's going to change how Well, even that could work, but I'd have to add more lights around the edges to make it redder. I think I'd rather just keep it nice sharp shadows and then darken it in After Effects or something. This is a whole different scene. I mean, before this, I mean, there was even grass, so now I need to figure out the camera. So how many frames is it of them on with their hands? These figures look broken there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so is it on the 13th frame? I'm looking for accuracy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So on the 13th frame. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is why I haven't converted to the 30 frames per second yet. Because as soon as I convert, I have to, or I can't count like this. And it's funny how they move this camera to make it so that the 2D works. Because, I mean, they're spinning just, like, not in 3D. And once it hits... Or how long until it hits the... This is 13, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. So 14 frames before they're fast again. Or before it slows down, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Is it pretty consistent how it comes up to there? Is it slow down? Oh, it does speed up until... Yeah, whatever. I'm just going to do it and then I can readjust the timing later. Okay. Nope, wrong direction. Gotta go this way. Okay. I think then that's... Do you want to have this a little lower? It doesn't feel centered here, but I think it's just because the actors... Okay, without them it's a little better. The background just makes it feel like it's not. Ha, it's not. You just give me a peace sign? Oh yeah. It's like he just gains fingers. Okay, so this is a fairly quick transition, but it's quick because of the essence of what it is. So, this one, I want to make sure this is done right. I'm going to reposition the camera itself's rotation point in the middle here and have it rotate around that. So that's right above. Readjust. I'll just do that. I use this more for centering than I do anything else. How to control it from that side. Okay, there we go. There. And is it zoom or move out? To me, it actually feels like it zooms out. Okay, there's... Okay. At this point, I'll round it a bit so it doesn't like suddenly jerk off into another direction. Can I do it like that? Nope. Okay. And I want to kind of make it so that this is going up a bit more. Because I'm pretty sure that it... Yeah, it turns up and hits that. And actually their lighting becomes different when that sun hits. But that's fine. I can play with that later. Then I'm just going to grab little sections around here, then I'm going to round it. That just basically cleans up any of the jitters that the camera gets by doing some of the motions that I have it doing. As long as I don't cross into important sections like over here, it should be fine. Yeah, the height, though the height's due here too, which is kind of I could technically make Shining Armor bigger or something, and somebody brought up the fact too that Shining Armor is technically muscular, so him as it is here doesn't seem fitting because he's just as buff as she is, and I could just like here let's make Shining look buffer. Oh. I grabbed something wrong when I locked those. There we go. I see. Wow. Okay, he looks like a cow from the front, but from the side he actually does look better. From the front he kind of looks like a, what do you call that? Like a sheep? I'm I feel disturbed by doing that. But yeah, it's just that's why I don't do that, because it's breaks other things. I wonder if I just jammed his shoulders in more, that would fix it. Actually, I kind of did. Looks like a sheep. He looks more like the muscle boy. It was from something from Black Mesa. I can't remember what it was called though. Let me undo what I did for Shining here. Something like that I could go through later and fix, like to do the size change. But as of right now, if I do it, I can't keep everything locked like that, and it would break a lot of the ability for me to move him around. So, hence no. The desert one was here. Desert Storm. Yeah, actually, and for, or in regards to shape, whatever, the actual location of that one, I can't remember. I think it was a map-specific one, but it's called Desert Storm 512. I think when the light first breaches the camera here, so from here to here. I'm gonna do it to here. The big there's gonna be a lens flare that comes in. It actually, from what I could tell here, the ambience would have to decrease because here, if you watch them, as soon as that light comes in, they actually get darker right there. So I'm going to have that happen here too. Maybe make it just rounded. From here to here is the main point. So yeah, maybe I'll do it like that. And I thought about having the wind blow here, but I'm not sure, especially since I'm not sure what direction to blow it in. Blow it out your ass. Not even centered on the thingy. Shining, you are a failure. So I want to have them standing in the same spot, so I'll at least have a basis to work from. So his front legs are on the inside portion of the circle. They're standing. Are they even in the... No, they're actually off to the side. They're not even standing completely next to each other. They're not standing back to back. They're standing actually off to angles. Which makes their churn a little bit more believable. So for Twilight, that would put her actually right here. We'll put her more towards the center, so we'll do that. Shiny armor. Towards here. I love the amazing quality of that moon. Actually, you know what? It's the same quality as theirs, so shut up. Wow, theirs is actually pretty bad. It just doesn't really match with this. I might be able to make it a better quality by taking the texture and like increasing its size or its quality itself. Because right now, oh no, I can't, because I've already maxed out the size of it. I'd have to go and remake it to be able to make it any bigger. The actual wind itself is, I mean, that's not the particles, but the actual, like the particle effect, I can't, it was recorded when I did it, so if you can find it, it was last week sometime. I think I did that shot on like Wednesday or Thursday. Oopsie. Camera gets a little jerky right here. Right, this spot still transitions harsh. Feels like the camera wiggles, but I'm not sure if it's wiggling or not, or if it's just the speed of it. Because if I go and play through it at half speed, I don't really see it wiggling. I got Black Mesa, but it was free. But it was like still a mod instead of the paid version that they have now, which I think is cool that Valve is supporting a mod of a game that it made. I mean, that is pretty neat. But I mean, obviously they're getting a profit off of it, but still, nonetheless, I mean, they could just say like freeze all resources or whatever. I think that's still pretty neat that they do that. Okay, so is it right when the camera moves that they start changing? How many frames in do they finish moving? Seven. Are they looking at their hand? Okay, they do pull their hands into a fist. Probably not going to happen in doing that. I probably should have them like with their hand actually out. So, and it's going to be their right hands. Okay. So first, shining armor. Trying to give him a determined look. Either going to make him look angry or tired. That'll work. Okay, so that's the head. I might have to give the tails at least a slight blowing in the wind look, otherwise they're gonna look super stationary. But thankfully I've done so much of that in the other shots, I can probably just grab one of those. Reuse, recycle. Their hand technically is supposed to be held out. Like... this. Shining Swift is definitely not made to do this. That just looks broken. That's probably about the best I'm going to do is right there. Technically he needs to have the arm go bent in. Oh, pumping the iron. Oh. It's going to be a little easier at Twilight because this arm actually behaves a little differently. I can rotate it around itself a bit easier. Oh, those are not locked, apparently. If I try to move it without being locked, her shoulder technically still has skin inside it, and without moving it, it kind of is weird. Can I just completely turn it around right now? I think I can. That's kind of sad. Mechanical arms are OP. Except for it's not. It is gonna look weird bent. But make do with what you can. The only thing is it looks too rounded right now. Looks like she's got like a snake arm. Maybe she does. I'm no judge. Technically, to offset the imbalance of having the one leg up, should have this leg out then. It's not a surprise stream, I announced it. I don't know why I have to be like, anal about stuff like this. Well, balance issues. Well, how is he going to be able to hold himself up like that? Especially for extended periods of time. Well, instead of leg. A little further. Did I say Thursday on something? Because I don't do Thursday streams either. I do Tuesday stream. But no, I'm trying to get stuff done, so that's why I'm doing extra streams. I kept thinking it was Tuesday today, so I can't say much. Only thing I still feel is that her arm doesn't really give the impression of like a actual like curl. I don't know why I had to do sound effects for that, but it just feels like it's there. But if I try anything else with it, it just makes it look rounded. You know what, I think it's going to go with the, this is a very short segment and not care. But again, other leg back. So I need to get the thigh locked. It's to the left. And the thigh's gonna explode. Bam! Look at that ass. You must delay it. Okay. Probably move their other leg up closer. For now, though, I'm not going to care because I'm just going to be sliding them, so I don't really care. So just make sure. Yes. Okay. Twilight. I gotta make sure I don't have feet locked. Pelvis and chest are okay. No shining arms not locked. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. There we go. This is going to be difficult to have just her hand in the camera. The slide is amazing. Wait, I think it hides theirs. It doesn't even show the circle in it. Ah, it goes above the circle. I will do that. I think it just before it zooms out. But root transforms are easy to wipe, so I'm just gonna do it like this for now, and then I'm gonna replace them when I'm done. Plus, I think the motion blur is gonna knock everything out anyway. His horn is huge. Size-wise, they're tiny too. can't really zoom in any more than that. Unless I zoom out and go in. But then I'd have to get them even closer. Let's see what I can do. Really hard to fix at this time. Can I just like make their hooves huge? No. I made it 24. Technically it'd be the right size. It's just that would absolutely break the camera. Yes, it would. Yeah, like completely destroy. I do want to see if I can get them. It's up a bit higher though. Oops. Technically that works. Somehow or another. But then the slide doesn't look so weird. And I could probably do a little bit of addition for the motion to make it work. I think I'm going to do what I was thinking of doing. Take Shiny Armor's right shoulder, add a scaler, say it's going to be big from here, and then immediately afterwards shrink it down. Yeah, you can't even notice it. Have you ever felt the sting of a 10-foot bitch slap? If it works, it works. Whether or not it looks right from every angle, who cares? So, same thing with Twilight. So, Twilight, your arm needs to get humongous. Look at that! Ah! It needs to be about the same size. Oh, she actually doesn't have hers animated yet for position, so I should probably do that. Except for this camera is freaking annoying. I realize how badly that camera is rotated, so I think it just by a tiny bit is upside down. I guess that makes it annoying. Alright. Alright, so need to extend her arm out. Now I can play with her shoulder size. Okay, can I push her into the shot anymore? That's this chance. Yes and no. Yes, I can push her into the shot. Her hair shows, but I can pull that back. How is that centered, though? There we go. Shiny Armor's way more in the shot than she is. Because of Monster Hoof or because of their positioning. Twilight's further off to the side, that's why. Just like that. I think as this thing's going back, I should darken the color of the circle, just because from a... Oh, actually, no, maybe not. It's probably because the resolution I'm running at. Okay, I can see the line. Yeah, it was just the smaller thing. I was like, I couldn't see some of the lines, but I want to make sure that that's actually standing out as some, you know, that they're doing something there. You know what? And I probably can darken those corners, doing the same trick I was using before. You know, technically, they're only lit around themselves, and the sun's only light isn't lighting the whole distance. But I kind of just like the way it looks now. That's why I don't want to play with it. I'm gonna try darkening those corners just a bit with negative lights. Best from this angle. And that was more of an angle. less of an angle. More from above. Actually, if I increase the max Z a bit more, it should fix that. That's why I have to lighten the corner here, so I can increase the darkness from that corner. It's like you're hitting artificial shadows in a way. But I think I'm going to have to go from this angle. It's the only way I'm going to make it like a even increase. Kind of like that. So I want it to be red, which means if I want to increase the red, I have to decrease the red on here. I don't know if I'm going to get that natural looking dark color though that I want. Actually, it might work better with doing it this way. Yeah, that's probably going to give a better result. Volumetrics seem to, negative volumetrics seem to work better than just lightening the area. I kind of like that. I'll do that, call that, oh, come on. I swear I copied that. Left, not light. Okay, now I'm trying to get this in the same position. It's gonna be a bitch. Where's the camera? It's up there. Not Gobos. Wow, I'm way the hell off. Oh yeah. One like this. And aiming up there. I'm gonna try something here. Don't think this is gonna work, but hey, why not? Give it a shot. I said it before and it worked out perfectly, so. Okay, so this looks good at, I'm gonna say this spot right here. So I'm gonna grab, I've locked it to the camera. But I like it at this spot. As of right now, it's canceling itself out so that the lights stay where they are. I want to kind of have it there, but not. So I'm going to have it fade in. So I'm just going to playhead it at this point. Just like maybe a third. And what that does is, because if I locked it to this spot, those lights would literally follow that camera around everywhere, and then you get some, it's fading in weird. Yeah, like right there, suddenly it just starts darkening everything. But if I only do it a little bit, no, not there, in the back here, so that it says slow, take a little bit of the motion from it, but not that much. Those colors will fade in a bit instead. There we go. Heads up clock. The only thing is, I might turn these out just a little bit more. Wrong one. So that it rounds it a bit more instead of just looking like it ends at a solid point there. Okay, there we go. That'll work. Without those, it looked like this, so it just looked like it was light all the way to the corner with the negatives. It just created that darker edge. So it's like framing it a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot too with these shots. I gotta set up the camera's focal plane. Also darkens the shadow, which is kind of cool. I might want to play with the lighting a little bit here, because, well, for one, I think that her Fong on the Fong. It's a little bright there, and even on him, it's just like his hoof is like exploding with brightness. I know how to fix that though. That's probably just the body light, not even the sunlight in the background. I can modify those. Okay, so it's looking good. What was I gonna do here though? I got focal. For one, how far does this have to go? Not farther than that. I'm playing with large focals at a close distance, so I need to expand this so I can play with the smaller values. Okay, so let's see, that is the focus at first, and then so about the focus at this point. Right here that it moves. Focal distance is right. Actually, it hasn't really changed. It's going to change at that point, though. I was going to do the whole thing and then fix it if I need. There's the ground, okay. So again, that purple box that's right there is the focal distance. So it explodes out a little quicker than I wanted to. I can fix that. Okay. So from here to here, and I just have to find the point in which it slows down and stops. So that's right here. Before it gets there. Okay, so then I should be able to just bring this into the focal point. It should just about fix it everything. Almost. So it's perfectly accurate up to here, and then it gets a little bit away for jumping back here. Okay. Alright, it is nice and centered now. I probably don't want to play with the aperture values here because it can get really disorienting to change them midway through. How does this look in the blur? Okay, that looks like a good value. I wanted a nice blur in the background there. If anything, if I put it up a lot. No. Like I said before, you kind of want to... Well, you know, that one looks good. I like it right there. Okay, so what does it look like up close? Nothing, as I thought. I still wish that I could add more detail to this map so it didn't seem so empty, but that's kind of what the original was too, so I really don't want to change it if I don't need to. And the other one was empty too. The only thing that gave it any detail at all is just the rougher texture to the ground. So I'm going to see what it would look like to add a little bit of wind to them. Tail technically isn't jiggled here, but that's fine. Or not animated right anyway. Could work. It's gonna be hard to say if that actually adds anything or not unless I actually get a render out of it. I only like it just because of that added element of just motion. How are her ears here? I really don't have much motion to her ears. Or did I even jitter them here? Yeah, they are. Okay, good. Hi, Battle Equine. I might need to load some kind of wind blowing effect on her tail. I have done it before, so because I don't think I have any actual shot that has her tail blowing. You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to take the one from here. Andrew Nelson does not exist. Only about 10 billion of them in the world. One thing I'm worried about with this tail is, yeah, it's going to affect the shadows there. So before then, oh, that's the negative light, I think. I was like, what was that big green thing that pops in? He's the fighting foal. I like that. The fighting filly. The battalion stallion. Oh, that one's bad. I don't want to slap myself. Anyways. Thankfully, getting the wind done for this one should be pretty good. Or pretty easy. I can just grab one for this one. I was like, why does he still have the scales? But I forgot to ever erase those. You can't get rid of them once they're there. Oh well. The ears don't work right by doing that. Oh, not jitter. And then suddenly, I can hear much better to my left. I could keep going. He's not a donkey. He's just got a weight problem. For this shot, I'm really tempted to. I might go through and just, now that I know I can kind of get the thing right, like the sizing right, I might go through and try to get that to work. To make him look more like Shining Armor should. I can make his. Well, the armor is fairly shiny. If the only thing that bothers me with the armor is that to me if it's metallic, it should be Because right now the lighting, how it hits it, it might act like a little bit of a metal, but it's not really towards the edges like it should be. It just seems fairly matte. That's actually pretty easy to fix. So let's try that. I'm going to copy the values from something else. No, that's your armor. That's probably under Royal. No. What were the guards' names? I know that there was one, I think, in this folder. Or just under MLP or something. There it is. Like a... There it is. Okay. Technically this will be needed in there too. So 6 boost albedo 10 physical ranges. Okay. I don't even know if I modified the right shining armor. I'm pretty sure that was the right one. Let me undo it. I just want to see what the differences are. No, that's not the right one. No, actually, that's because it's the wrong command again. Okay, it was the right one. And it blows that out a bit more than I want. I think it might just work best like it is. Well, you know what? No, actually, it's going to be... I'm going to move the range over. Just retype this. Because if the range is at 6, it should just make it. Well, you know what? Even I think it might just like it the way it was. It just pushes things to the edge usually. So like if you can see how the lighting is here, if I do this to say 9.5. Yeah, I think I like it the way it was. Actually, let me see if I put it down at 2. That usually is a matte look though. Yeah, I like it the other way. I think it's a good balance. The armor that she has, I put it really towards the edge to give it a really strong shine. This kind of reminds me like some Fallout explosion though. It's kind of pretty. Okay, so I'm going to call that scene done for now. If I want to go back and modify something, I can. But for now, I'm going to say that it is completed. Oh yeah, I need to go and fix this watch. Tick-tock. Why is this... Oh, it's the wrong map. Okay, so I'm going to save this. I'm going to load up this map. This is Void, I believe. Yep. Nuclear explosion. Nuclear explosions are pretty, except for the death part. Let's say that that's usually not so cool. What's the watch? I really hate that they destroyed my material here. But it was my fault, so... Doesn't mean I can like it. Okay, so it's gonna be this one. Oh, haha, I saved it. Ha 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 ha. Yes, awesome. Okay. Screw you guys. Fixing. So it kept my VMT, it just replaced the VTF. That's weird. Oh, and I still have it. It probably then updated it to assign it a different texture, and I will just tell it to go off and do the right one. That's yay! Didn't fix the L thing out of the chain though. Did I have to turn on alpha for that? I think so. Which, if I remember right, then also broke Fong. You know what? I can do that with enforcing. Okay, was it... Which one did I add? Is it translucent? Yep, I'll be streaming tomorrow too, so unless you're gone already, then you didn't hear that. Maybe I can't add those? Maybe I have to reload it like this. Yeah, fixed. It makes it so the watch isn't as pretty doing it that way, but... What do they do for text at that part? How much chain do I have show when it bounces? Not much. This animating a chain is an absolute dick. I will admit that. How far does that watch go down? Technically, it goes down a long ways. This. I'm not going to reanimate that chain. Even then, it like spins backwards through this and clips right there. Or is it right here? Oh, no, that's what it is. Not the bottom chain, but the one right above it. It like spins and clips, I think here. Yeah, opposite the chain direction. I don't care. There's too many bones and there's too much of a dick without a rig to do that, so. And I think, if I remember right, with the motion blur, you couldn't even tell. Yeah, so. Oh well. This should be right when this starts. I think I'm gonna have it change the bloom. Pretty sure the camera's bloom is what causes the. Yeah, it goes up here. I'm gonna decrease it here. Just so the watch stands out a bit more. And then take the light. Oh, this is an extra light on the side. Watch top light. Watch bottom light. Okay. Is there watch front light? The back is really dark. I'm not taking any light. So it's gonna stay dark no matter what I do. Did I bump map this? No, could I? But I didn't know what else to have drop. So I'm like, well, I might as well just keep with the watch. If I could find something else that could drop in a similar way that would work more as a reference, that'd be wonderful. But I couldn't think of anything. Hold on. Good one. The other thing too is here. I think the blue might be a little strong. I'm just gonna drop that a bit too. I mean, you can't even see the chain or whatever. But changing the bloom, it destroyed one of the lights in the back. Image back, image front. Watch bottom, no, that's not that. No. We'll figure out which light it is that. Okay, so it's not that one, it's got to be this one. No, not that one either. That one, okay. Okay, and then how did the text work here? Oh, it came over in black. Okay, good. Oh, it does one little swing there before the end. Yeah, I got rid of that there, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna get something from. It's basically Full Metal Alchemist, yes. I'm just gonna keep the Dark Watch back. I don't know what's causing it, but I really can't fix it. So I'll just keep it like that. I could bump map that, but I'm not gonna worry about it. The text from that is the same as the other bit that I have, just inverted, so that'd be easy. Can I just take the one that exists already and just invert that, though? How big is the text? Most of the screen. Oh, about that size. I'll go with the in size. So I'm going to say opacity, delete, maximize, maximize. I'll go with that big. Delete. Now can I invert? Where's my searchy thing? There it is. Ah! Success. When does that fade in? When it goes dark. Okay. Keep alt tabbing, goddammit. So from here. To here. I like your eyes there. Durr! Whatever. So this one still needs something to explode, and I'm thinking I'm going to be left with doing the window because I don't feel like doing anything else. Glass rainbow. Yeah, that's this one. Boom. Why did he name these sherds? It bothers me so much. Still moving fast. Jeez. It's a pretty neat show. That's interesting to come back to. Okay, so this will be fading until just before the watch drops. That's going to be interesting to play with the bloom on that. The lighting is on that. Pit explosion. Oh yeah, that was when I was playing with the rocky thing. So yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna keep this here just in case, but I'm not gonna do that. Wait, screen. That's the one in the background. Okay. Now I need some kind of a light that shines through. It's going good. I just put it on pause to finish this. Because this one I want to have done forever free, while the other one with Twilight is going to be done for BronyCon. But as soon as I am done with, oh damn it, position I based on the work light. Once I'm done with this one though, and the cons are over, I gotta finish stuff for Anthology, which should take about a week or two, and then I'm gonna pound out the rest of that video for BronyCon. That'll probably take less than 2 weeks. But I can work on the video in the meantime, the other one, because streams-wise, I can't show Anthology stuff. They do the beams coming through. Just to the center. Technically, that I probably just need to redo it all together so that the pieces actually like fly away from the camera and I can disappear. Thing is, I like is that it opens and explodes. This I can't really do that with this. There's just no reference to a door. I might do is load up another one and see if I can do a better job animating it. Can't remember what he named him though. There we go. And no, the final will not be rainbow. It's just rainbow right now. Because that was what the one had. I'm more worried about this bottom piece than anything. All of them explode out pretty nicely. Except that bottom one. And that's only because it just rotates in place. I just won't have it rotate then. Screw you, glass. No, well, somebody did have a version of the Pocket Watch modified so that it did add it, but I already had done the one with the chain that I had, so I just said whatever and left it. But there is one out there that does have modified bones. That'll work for now. But the actual camera here zooms out from the middle. I'm going to change this texture so I'm not constantly looking at rainbow. That just doesn't make any sense, really. Where did I have the textures for those? I thought I already removed them. That's the modified one. That's the modified one too. Oh, I just used the base one. That was what it was. I want to make sure I have the same dimensions, so I'm just going to use this. What did I do? Oh, it's thinking. Well, it's more of if I want to try to do something with it, like when it's pulling out from it, do I want to have it pulling out from the middle of it or from something on the picture? So I need to have it actually imported there to make it work. And why is Photoshop being so slow? Oh, oops. Probably easier to do it from that. fast. There we go. Oops, wrong button. I wasn't holding the button. Okay, close enough. Move it on? Yes. Because of the nature of it, I have to kind of get it to fit within the shape that's already there. Which kind of sucks, but hey, actually it'll mostly fit. It's mostly centered. I was just wanting to have that top bit centered up there for the most part. Warhorse, that is not something I needed to think about. I wonder what Warhorse smells like today. Oops. Oops. I'm breaking everything. It's got 2 overrides now. That's interesting. I have broke it. Okay, I can still override it again. Nice. Why can't I put... Why can't I put this? No, it's not there. Here, let me paste. Ha! There we go. I don't like it. It feels low quality, but the rainbow one didn't seem that low. I broke that one too. Apparently. So if I can zoom up close to that then. It's gonna be this low quality piece of crap. I passed the watch. Hi, watch. Nice Twilight Sparkle. So. Actually, those kind of work. Oh, I think I ruined it. No, at the beginning it's still... Yeah, that's fine. I think I'm going to have it go up just a teeny bit more towards the beginning, though. I do think it's funny that I'm showing a picture of them destroying Nightmare Moon with her friends, but like only Rarity is shown in this whole thing. Oh, can't round. Great. Cameras are so picky. Man, I don't want to work. I want to jitter. So the watch does flicker through, which means that up to this point, I want to take the watch and get it the fuck out of my way. Move, watch. Get out the way. That work? Yes. Same thing with the duo back here. Ooh, the lighting actually looks a lot better here down too. Where's the watch in relation to this? Far in front. Good. Good, good. That means that I can technically fade this light in with the ribbon hits the bottom, I want it to be fully gone. So I'm going to take the actual glass, just pull it back a bit. Actually, you know what? No. I'm going to take the shards that are on one side and have them go this way and back a little bit. The shards on this side go all the way that side. That way. Back a little bit. This one will just go down out a bit. And then after that point right here, actually I'm going to do a little bit afterwards. Glass will go completely poofy over there. Which makes the, after they disappear, the actual light back here should fade out. Probably should do so quicker. They disappear right here. Okay, at this point, it looks like I can see the ground, which is not what I want. Okay, looks like I need two lights to do this. That's stupid. I mean, I remember I was using lights to do this for a reason. I think if I used just the normal white background, it wouldn't cause the excessive light that I wanted. Like the, what would you call that? The bloom. So that's why I did it this way. I still don't know if I want to call this, like, actually call it Full Metal Pony, or to actually, because I was originally going to call it Chemistry. Then that's what I have it up here, FMA Chemistry, because that's the name of the song. And the song is actually like 3 times longer than what is actually in here, or in the video. So I do recommend listening to the whole thing. It's really good. I don't know if that's timed right, but I can, after a test render, I can retime it. So there's nothing else in that shot, right? Oh, I don't need this open anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. Okay. Do I actually back off and show? Yeah, it does. Okay. Well, just I'm staying there with words, so okay. Yay. So I actually got done more today than I was expecting. So all I have left to do is the massive bit. Shining armor here, I probably need to do something with him. Technically it shows the door behind him, so I guess I can just grab that glass thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get some hate from people that are like, you're ruining Full Metal Alchemist. And I'm going to be like, sure. Ah, the texture's horrible. Can't really keep it the base size because it's way too small. Really, I don't even need to have it actually be the door. I can have it be an actual, or not the door, the window thing. I think for now, I'm just going to keep it that. Wish I could make it fatter. Probably put it like this. No. then that's too distracting. So actually, like that's probably he's like got a halo. I still gotta figure out something with this too. For some reason, his eyes. I don't know if you ever noticed this. Where is it? His eyes like explode here. Like, look at his eyes. They like go all over the place. They just don't know what to do. I'm thinking of just keeping it like that because it makes it look like he's like creating some kind of like purple magic out of his face, which is kind of neat, I guess. I still think there was something I wanted to do with this shot. For one, when that blows up, does it blow up with red or blue? Red, and then after that, it's black. So that means that here, I want to actually have this blow up blue. I thought I tried, and because it's particles, they were like not liking me. So I think I have them as blue. Or maybe not. Yeah, I have it set to make it blue. It's just ignoring me. No, there was something about the texture. Oh, that's because it was on a model. Yeah, glass shard 04. Be anywhere. Yeah, it's just a work in progress. I'm still got lots to do. I have lots of stuff to do, but that I have to have done by Sunday. Well, not, you know, really, I don't have that much to do. It's just what's left to do isn't exactly the easiest because I still have to do the big massive shot. I still have to fix whatever I want to do for him and that shot. I still have to animate Nightmare Moon jumping off of the thing, and then the big one is I have to animate that the Night Guards bit with them jumping down, which originally I was gonna have I was originally gonna have them running down like some kind of dragon thing here, but my sister brought up having that be Discord instead, and that actually felt like a good idea. So I'm going to do that instead. It's just keeping that action oriented, because like here, they did a lot of detail with that bit. Because even here, she's like exploding, then they go to a zoom in shot, scream, lots of spit. Flips, cuts off some part of the top here with a tiny little dagger. Look at that thing. It's like actually gets smaller as she goes. Cuts the whole thing off, though I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. And then it's like whee! Jumps down. She's just running now, so that actually could be pretty easy. Though I'm gonna have them be Pegasus, so that actually will be a lot easier because I can have them fly down. He just comes in. I don't even know what he's attacking. He just kind of like, I think he's trying to attack the cameraman, and succeeds because then she, like, freaking gets kicked in the face. Why-ya! I didn't realize I'm gonna have Owlicious kicking Discord. That's awesome. There's no Tarek model. That's why. Well, there was one in works, and I technically have it, but it's not textured or rigged. No, it's rigged. It's just there's no facial flexes and the textures aren't done. It's Tarek with Twilight Sparkles texture right now, which is really weird. There we go. Okay, that's the model for it, but where's the texture for it? Models Gibbs Glass. What game is that from? Left 4 Dead 2. It's just a VMT based on the environment map. Aha! That's why it doesn't work. So giving it a color wouldn't work. If it's using the environment map, that's not going to do anything. So I can just move that, move that. See if we can do color. I don't know if I can do a color like that. Yeah, see, this is what it looks like when it's doing the environment map. It's just like a pure reflection, but I don't want that. I want to be able to control it. This stuff in the background is like some other random crap I threw in there. I can't remember what that was. It just looked good. I used that because it was just the random sizes. That's why. Reload all materials. See if that does anything. It's a lot of textures. It might crash it. Come on. Think, damn you. I really want to finish like every project I have started, if only for the purpose of being able to reinstall SFM without worrying about it. Okay, that seems to do jack shit. That's nice. Might not have even found the right texture for it, so. Oh well. Environment map. Gives glass. There's nothing there. Oh, whatever. So, I want to play with that. That looks really painful what she's doing there. I mean, that hand, let alone, cannot bend back that far. That is an impossibility. That hand, I don't even know where it's coming from, and that leg is painful And then suddenly a crotch. I still love her move here. Whee! If I was a ninja, I would want to be that kind of ninja. The kind that could just, like, frickin' do jumping jacks while trying to kill something. And that leg is, like, bent backwards, too. Whatever. I don't remember when the last update for SFM came out. I haven't reloaded SFM or my computer since I've started doing this for years, and it's starting to build up just problems, and so I want to actually just completely remove everything, put it all back in to just start fresh. But with all the stuff I'm working on, I don't want to have it disconnect something and I lose, like, figuring out how it connected. Oh my god, you can go away now. Bye, eyeball. So that's what it's looking like so far. So actually getting there. I should. Some of the stuff I got done tonight, I'm a lot more confident in being able to get it done by Sunday or Monday. Yeah, I wanted to mistime them a bit so they're not like in sync, but I'll do that later. Anyways, it is past 10. I want to go eat something. I am hungry. So I will be back doing this tomorrow. I think tomorrow I might try doing some of the intro bits here so that I can at least call like the majority of the big stuff done. And then probably start trying to do Nightmare Moon here. And then Friday start... Oh, I gotta do Rarity. The Rarity Rebound. I forgot that one's gonna be... That is... this small little segment right here. The only thing that sucks about this one is that it has a background. Poke, 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 poke. Get back down there. Even his arms are like an incredibly painful position, but oh well. This will be a fun shot to do. Whee! Poke, poke. Whee! I want to make a GIF of that, just like this. Okay, I'm gonna stop before I play around with that way too much. I'm actually gonna save that this time. I'm gonna close this before I decide to do anything more. I am not giving Nightmare Moon a mustache, so that would be quite entertaining. I won't say that. Boop, boop. I want to play that, but I'm too busy. Anyways, okay. So yeah, I'll be back doing some more crap tomorrow and stuff. So thanks for coming and motivating me to be doing things when normally I don't. So bye bye.